Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, February the 24th. I'll start off with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. And Madam City Clerk, a roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Bieber?
Here.
Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
Present.
Councillor Doria?
Present.
Councillor Parker?
Here.
Councillor Wolf?
Present.
Acting Mayor Crowson?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
And Mayor Higgin?
Present.
All present. Thank you.
All right. I'll start with some acknowledgements, and if we can start with my far right, Councillor Bieber.
I have a few things here, and first of all, I just want to say my condolences to the friends, family, and associates of retired Provincial Court Judge Fred Coward, who died on Sunday. Huge loss for Lethbridge, because not only was he a superb leader in this community, but also a fantastic guy. I also want to give congratulations to our 2025 City Council candidate, Jerry Sagwin, on being named the Multicultural Sector Representative of the Economic Development Lethbridge Board, of which I'm a member along with Mayor Higgin. I'm looking forward to working with Jerry because I know how committed he is to building our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
You tricked me. Yeah, excuse me. I also echo Councillor Bieber's remarks about Judge Fred Coward. I appeared in front of him many times. He was a provincial court judge, so mainly it was criminal appearances. But he did have a dry sense of humor. Once I was charged with a speeding offense, and my lawyer was Art Larson, who's well-known criminal law. So Art was running the trial. He lost the trial and then started reading a newspaper. Judge Fred Coward looked down and said to the prosecutor, says, are you considering any additional penalty, like, for example, jail time? Art Larson was not listening and things like that. I'm turning a little nervous. This is just a $30 speeding ticket. Then he started laughing and said, $30. So that's my story of him. I was at two events, which for me is unusual, in the last week. One, the mayor was supposed to be at, but for very good reasons wasn't able to attend, but Councillor Jen Schmidt-Rempel was there, and that was the celebration of the birthday of the Emperor of Japan. That was held up in Calgary. And the following day, the same Mayor Higgin, Councillor Jen Schmidt-Rempel, Councillor Ryan Wolf, and myself were at the Chinese New Year. This is the year of the Fire Wolf, which both celebrations were well attended, and they were. I was happy to be able to be there on behalf of the city. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I know we can't remember everybody's anniversaries, but congratulations to the Community Foundation, who is turning 60 this year. I mention that because they are using it to do even more grants. So if you know anybody who is suitable for Community Foundation grants, any organizations, maybe ask them to look into that one. Family Day weekend was phenomenal. I know there are many events going on, but I want to point out the Environment Lethbridge Craft Swap. First time they did it, and I'm encouraging them to do it again, where people brought in craft and art supplies from home, and then people could come the next day and for a very minimal fee, take as much as they needed. I'm hoping to see some amazing pictures of arts and crafts done using all of those. Similarly, the Friends of the Library book sale was phenomenal. They sell the books by the pound. So for $2.50, you could take home as many books under 10 pounds as you wanted, and then the price went up from that. If you are not buying your books through the book sale at the Friends of the Library, you're missing out on incredible deals. So much going on there. So just a few things that have been going on in our community. Always so much to do in Lethbridge, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's something I meant to mention last council meeting, but the To Fran with Love concert happened later last year, and the numbers came in. They were able to raise $15,000, which goes to the Southern Alberta Music and Arts Festival, something that Fran Rood was passionate about. So the $15,000, which was raised, will last about 20 years, going to scholarships for youth. There will be an $800 scholarship each year, and there'll be a $400 scholarship each year, and that will keep alive the legacy of someone who is well loved and respected in the city of Fran Rood. Also, the numbers are in also for the 17th annual 23 Days of Christmas event, which is put on by Select People Solutions and Teamworks Career Center. They raised $27,000 again this year. All of this is going to Meals on Wheels, which is vital to the city. So they've been doing this for 17 years, so they're close to $400,000 in total over the course of their campaign. So congratulations to Ryan Miller and to Cuppers who put this on every year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Doria.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 items here for my recognitions. First, congratulations to the cast and production team of The Birds and the Bees. The show was engaging and bold in its storytelling. I commend the performers of all the performers for their courageous portrayal of their roles. Second, I would like also to commend the organizers and the UFL for the fundraising concert in support of the local food banks. This initiative demonstrates a strong commitment within our community to work collaboratively in addressing the ongoing issue of food insecurity. Third, families and kids had blast at the University of Lethbridge Play Day family event. It was well attended and it reflects the strong community interest to any family-oriented events. And the fourth, I extend my congratulations to the organizers of the vibrant celebration of the Vietnamese Lunar New Year that was 2 weeks ago. And I was honored to be one of their honored guests. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doria. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. I got to go to 2 schools over the last couple of weeks and participate in Read Aloud Day. You can put me down for that duty anytime, Mr. Mayor. I thoroughly enjoyed that. It was great to spend time with very dedicated teachers and very bright students. We enjoyed a tour of CASA, which was really neat to see the great work that goes on there to help our community, and to it provides great educational and educational opportunities and opportunities for artists to hone their crafts. It was really, really neat to see. Enjoyed spending time at the university with their executives team, learning more about how they operate and some of their upcoming needs. And I was really pleased to attend Real Talk at CASA. This was for the BIPOC community, and they had some exceptional displays and artists there in presence. It was neat to be there. And probably the highlight, Mr. Mayor, was attending on behalf of the City Night to Shine, which, as many of you will know, is an activity that's put on every year complimentary for people with special needs. It's hosted in local churches, and it was just great to be there to see the pomp and ceremony to celebrate a fantastic group of people that really add so much to our community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Parker. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First off, I would like to extend a welcome to the University of Lethbridge students attending here today from Political Science 3210, Local Government. As we know, former Councillor Jeffrey Kaufman teaches that class, so he sent some students to see what we're doing today. Congratulations to the organizers of If Music Be the Food of Love concert on February 13th. Not only was it an amazing concert, but $10,000 was raised for Lethbridge food banks. Congratulations to Grammy's Little Bakery opening on 403 5th Street South. It's a bakery dedicated to providing goodies that are gluten, dairy, peanut, and nut-free. Certainly a great addition to our downtown core, and I encourage everybody to stop by if you get an opportunity. This weekend was a great weekend for some Rock, Paper, Scissors, an annual event put on by Inclusion Lethbridge, and I believe we have some guests from that organization in council chambers with us here today. While I may not have done well overall, I did beat MP Thomas in our exhibition match, so yay. And thank you to Inclusion Lethbridge for all the work you do in our city. And just to tag on to Councillor Dodek and the events that we attended up in Calgary on Friday, the Japanese Emperor's birthday celebration, I just want to acknowledge that Nikki Yuko Japanese Garden was recognized 3 times at that event as being a gem in Lethbridge and Southern Alberta. So thank you to Nikki Yuko for all the work you do in our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Yeah, many great things happened over this past week and last couple weeks since we last met, and I want to give a huge shout out to my colleagues because many of them attended many of the events that I was invited to, but unfortunately had a family emergency, so thank you very much to my colleagues for attending those. A few that I did attend, the Chinese New Year, and I want to give a shout out as well to the Marianne Crowhealy for putting on the international powwow out at the visitlethbridge.com arena. It's been running for many years, and she does an amazing job out there, and it's very well attended and an amazing powwow, an international powwow. Folks from all over Canada and the U.S. Attend this powwow, so it was great to be able to see that. And I want to give my condolences to all of those in Tumbler Ridge. We haven't had a chance to meet since that event took place, and our thoughts and prayers are with those as they deal with what had happened out there in the events as they try to move forward with their families and loved ones. I did have a chance to go and attend the Birds and the Bees, and I'll need to be quite honest with you, I don't know if I'll ever look at Councillor Campbell the same way again. But congratulations, an amazing job. I've always thought of memorizing so much and how you as artists can do that. And I'm just simply amazed at the work that was done there. So thank you very much for entertaining us all. And last but not least, Minister Wilson was in town for mental health and addictions here in the past couple of weeks, and I wanted to just thank him as well as any of our government officials that do make their way down here to recognize the concerns and some of the questions that we have within our community. So I appreciate him coming down and sitting down and chatting about mental health and addictions and what we can do to better those services within our community. With that, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. And I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Croson. Be it resolved, the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on February 24th, 2026 be adopted as presented. Are there any additions, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Hagan, I do have one consideration for council with regards to item 6.2, options to mitigate 2027 budget pressures for Lethbridge tax and ratepayers official business motion. There are 2 written letters that were submitted late yesterday for council's consideration if they wanted to accept them and add them to this item.
All right, first, I know there's some other questions, but first off, to be able to add those to this agenda, to have those distributed, as was mentioned, is that okay, my colleagues? All right, we'll have those distributed. And I do have a question from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hilford, I don't see the special meeting minutes from February 10th appearing anywhere on the agenda. Those are coming next meeting, I'm hearing?
Yes, is that okay?
Okay, yeah, no, I just didn't see them on this, and we had the February 10th from the council meeting, so I was wondering.
Yeah,
Okay,
next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Dodek.
I always forget whether it's at this stage or when the consent agenda comes up when you pull it, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Item 4.3 from the consent agenda, 2026 airport work plan, and I think it shows either before or after item 14, confidential reports.
Okay, we'll pass the adoption of the agenda. Then, of course, that's what comes next, and we will make sure to move that down.
Just assume I said it then.
All right. Acting Mayor Croson.
I'm going to call the question on the amended agenda.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda from Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings of City Council be approved and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. City Council meeting from February 10th, 2026, and further be resolved the City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for February 24th, 2026 with the following amendments. that council defer the date of return for policy CC 80, decorative crosswalks, from Q1 2026 to Q2 2026 meeting of the Community Issues Committee. Further be resolved, the City Council approve the following Standing Policy Committee report recommendations. 4.3, recommendations of Economic and Standing Policy Committee, 2026 Airport Work Plan. That one is, I'm sorry, I started to read that one, but that is the one that Councillor Dodick is going to have pulled from the agenda, and that will go down to 8.1.
That's correct, Mayor Hagan. And as well, I'm just wondering for council's consideration if they would like to bring forward item 14.1, airport development updates, prior to this item, 2026 airport work plan, for council's consideration. So 14.1 would be heard prior to 8.1. Confidential.
Yes, and that is fine with the colleagues. All right, we will do that. We'll continue with the consent agenda. Again, 4.3 will be pulled and moved to 8.1. 4.4, recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, targeted redevelopment incentive policy, municipal grant, 1200 block of 3rd Avenue South. Item number 1, be it resolved that the City Council, number 1, deny the targeted redevelopment incentive application for the 1200 block redevelopment on 3rd Avenue South, as currently there's no funding approved to support the application. Item number 2, be it resolved that City Council, number 1, put the grant stream of the TRIP program on hold with no future applications accepted until the policy has been reviewed, updated, and funding has been allocated. So with that, I don't know if there's any questions. If not, to Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So I do have one question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the City Manager. We're deferring the date of return for policy CC 80, decorative crosswalks. What would be the reasoning behind deferring that?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, in that regard. One of the reasons, that specific one, it was looked at being once the Edmonton report was completed. The Edmonton report hasn't been completed yet, so we're delaying that to see when that report comes back. The Edmonton report specifically had pieces in it that council was interested in at the time it came to governance.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we've made the changes of pulling item 4.3 and 14.1 or 4.5, and those will be moved to 8.1. And 14.1 will be discussed just before that, so under committee submissions. So with those changes, and seeing no other questions, I would call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And move forward to item 6 on our agenda, which is from Acting Mayor Crozan, official business motion, advocacy on behalf of Lethbridge residents related to the Assured Income of the Severely Handicapped Act and Alberta Disability Assistance Program. Whereas the municipality of Lethbridge supports community well-being and has a vested interest in ensuring that individuals with disabilities receive adequate financial support from their orders of government that lifts the recipients out of poverty and does not create new barriers to pursuing employment. And whereas residents of Lethbridge are concerned about the amendments to the AISH Act that were legislated with the passing of Bill 12, primarily around lack of definitions about employment, employability, the fact that there is no right to appeal placement on ACAP, which is the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, that the benefits can be changed by regulation while regulations have not yet been created. And whereas persons with disabilities and disability advocates have noted that there was a lack of meaningful consultation, therefore be it resolved that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, advocate to the Government of Alberta to immediately pause implementation of the recent changes to the Assured Income for the Severely Handicapped Act and Alberta Disability Assistance Program, and further that the Government of Alberta undertake meaningful, accessible consultation with persons with disabilities, advocacy organizations, and community partners, and finally that the province publicly report on the social and economic impacts of these changes prior to moving forward. Open it up first to questions. Are there any questions to the mover? Seeing no questions, to open debate, Councillor Crozan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you to Inclusion Lethbridge for their assistance with this motion, and I thank them and everyone who is here today in support of it. I also know this was discussed at the Intermunicipal Forum on Social Policy, and I expect we'll be seeing similar motions coming from other municipalities who are also being approached by residents in their community. Now, every one of us here on council regularly hears from members of the public who are angry or upset. We are used to dealing with angry, upset people. What hit me the hardest about this topic was the indelible sense of desperation and fear that I have heard in the voices of people when they talk to me on this subject. Because no one knows what this is going to look like, and yet it is life-changing. And they are asking us to approach the provincial government to pause this, to thoroughly speak to the community about this before any changes are made, and to make sure that this is well thought out, because as I said, it is life-changing. Without regulations in place, there is no chance to appeal. Nobody knows what the future of this holds. There is fear out there, and so we are looking to support our residents by asking the province to put this on hold, have really thorough consultation, and to consider this program. So that is the request before you today.
Thank you, Councillor Crozon. That brought up a question, actually. Sorry if my colleagues will entertain me asking a question when we're already in debate. It's one of the last things you had mentioned, one of your operative clause here, or actually I think it was prior, let me just see here, about the consultation. Now, can you tell me, from what I've read, and again, this is just what I've seen out online and any questions that I've asked, that thousands of people participate in this process. Can you answer, there was nobody that was, how did that process, the process as far as consultation go with the community?
Again, I am expressing the concerns of people here today and others. They don't feel that the consultation thoroughly listened to them, and that is their opinion on it. And so they would like to have that consultation widened and deepened.
Okay, thank you. I just when you said that, I thought when I do a search, it says thousands were consulted, so I just wanted to make sure. And so it's our residents have actually come.
Express that to me.
Thank you so much. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, excuse me, thank you. A lot of people may argue that this is not within our lane, that this is a provincial matter. But be that as it may, I will be supporting this resolution, and I will explain why. Part of me is a little bit hesitant in the sense of writing letters or advocating to the province has been particularly useless. A good example was Bill 20, which had, of course, the ridiculous requirement for hand counting to be done by municipalities, which cost the city of Lethbridge over $300,000, Edmonton and Calgary, millions of dollars. And the fact is that the machines that the province was concerned about were not connected to the internet, was simply the same thing that banks have for counting numbers. So you vote, it counts them, you have a record of the counting. But then Minister of Municipal Affairs, Mr. Rick McIver, said he couldn't sleep at night when 37% of the people preferred hand counting. Now, the reality is that 37% of the people, I'm going to go on a limb on this, and it's going to be people who likely were non-urban. And it didn't concern them because, for example, use the county of Lethbridge. There's 7 districts, 5 of them were acclaimed. The other 2, the winning candidates won by margins of, or not by vote counts of about 170. So if you got about 200 or 300 votes, hand counting, no big deal. You got a couple 100,000 votes, hand counting is a big deal because it took a while for us to get the results. The point being that we did pass a resolution, actually have me write the letter of Municipal Affairs and Minister of Technology saying, hey guys, you're trying to have people come into the province for technological reasons, and yet you don't even trust as basic an instrument as something that counts ballots. And the thing that really drew my ire was that the province required this to be done at an extra cost to the municipalities. I made a point of saying, well, maybe the province should pay for it. And the wisdom of the then Municipal Affairs, Rick McIver, says, well, why should the province be paying for it? Because paying for elections are municipal responsibilities. So they changed the rules. They made the cost go up by over $300,000, and yet saying, well, even though we made that rule, you nevertheless have to pay for it. So I digress a bit, but so what I did, I went as often people do, to the website to see what the tale of two cities or two positions tell me. And so what I'm doing is not putting in my input, but really just saying what I read on the internet. So I'll be reading what the province says, and I'll be reading what others have said. So this is what the province says on their website. You say the purpose is the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, or ADAP, will empower Albertans with disabilities to pursue fulfilling job opportunities while continuing to receive the financial health and employment supports they need. Albertans with disabilities and the organizations that support them have made it clear that they want more support. They have made it clear. Apparently, the people in this room and people like them, their friends, have made it clear to the province, or at least that's what the province is saying, that this is something that they wanted. And then it says how it works. Starting on July 1, 2026, the new ADAP will become operational, and disability income assistance applicants will be assessed for both ADAP and AISH. Eligible applicants will be placed in the program best suited to their unique situation. Okay. So July 1, 2026, you're automatically in ADAP. After that, you will have to prove that you have to be on AISH. I'll get to what is involved in doing that and who will have to be writing reports with respect to that. Public engagement. This is what the province says. ADAP is being thoughtfully designed based on input from Albertans with disabilities to address a gap in supports for individuals with disabilities who are able to work and want to enjoy the benefits of employment. So that's the spin put on this, is that we want to look after the AISH folks who want to work but are not prevented, but are disincentivized from working because they may have some clawback with respect to their benefits. ADAP public engagement concluded September 12, 2025. Thousands of Albertans participated in engagement via roundtables, telephone town calls, written submissions, and the online survey. Does anyone remember the pension survey? I went online to do the pension survey, and the questions posed led you to only one answer. It was only at the end of the pension survey that you were actually able to make a comment. So it's the result wanted is expressed in the way the question is phrased. Not too dissimilar to the referendums that we'll be hearing about in the fall. They lead to only really one answer. Anyways, public engagement was undertaken in addition to engagement with disability advocates and service providers, including through roundtables and meetings. We thank you for sharing your feedback through the engagement to help shape the Alberta Disability Assistance Program, and we're currently reviewing your contributions. And then it says progress. Enabling legislation was passed in the fall of 2025. From the time I started law school to now, 48 years have elapsed. During that period of time, I read legislation, was able to understand it, and like Bill 20, Bill 12 is 132 pages dealing with 14 pieces of legislation that are amended. And the only way you're able to tell what the effect is if you have the old piece of legislation there and are able to have a look at it right beside the amendments. It is impossible to actually be able to review this with any degree of clarity. 132 pages, 14 pieces of legislations. Anyways, here are the benefits. When ADAP launches on July 1, 2026, it is proposed that AISH clients will receive a monthly core benefit of up to $19.40. ADAP clients will receive a monthly core benefit of up to $17.40. But everyone transitions on July 1, 2026 to AISH. So that is true, likely, but nobody knows who's going to be on ADAP, who's going to be 99.9%, or who's going to be on AISH. So again, to confirm, this is on the website. As I said, on July 2026, all AISH claimants will be transitioned to ADAP. And then from July 1, 2026 to December 31, 2027, clients can choose to remain on ADAP or request to be reassessed for AISH. So that means the AISH recipients who are receiving it now after July 1, 2026, and for an extended period of time, will have to prove that they in fact are AISH qualified. So then, and this is touching. All existing AISH clients will be assured a place on either ADAP or AISH. Well, of course, because on July 21, 26, or July 31, 26, everyone will be on ADAP. So it says here also, there will be a single combined application for AISH and ADAP, which will be assessed for general financial and medical eligibility. Once general and financial eligibility is confirmed, disability assistant adjudicators will review the medical evidence presented in the disability assistant medical report to determine if the applicant meets the medical eligibility criteria for either the AISH program or ADAP. Eligible applicants will be placed in the program that best suits their unique needs. But we don't have any regulations. So there is no answer really as to what this means for each individual. So if the province is surprised that there's angst among current AISH recipients, then they have their heads in the proverbial sand. Okay, so that's what the province says. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread, essentially. I say that in a nutshell. What does the president of the Alberta Medical Association, Dr. Shelley Dugan, write or say on August 22, 25? She writes, amid ongoing health system chaos, the need for reform grounded in evidence and physician expertise has never been clearer. Each day brings new policy decisions with wide-reaching consequences for patients and providers alike. She talks about two things, not only AISH, but she also mentions this one too. It says, this week, two major flashpoints have captured attention across social and traditional media. Alberta's COVID vaccine policy and proposed changes to the assured income for the severely handicapped AISH program. On the COVID front, she writes, the Alberta government's decision to offer free COVID vaccines to the healthcare workers is a welcome step, and we thank allied health professionals as well as physicians and scientific colleagues for their efforts. Major barriers still remain. Our province's immunization strategy still diverges from national recommendations, and there are major concerns around pre-ordering, eliminating pharmacies from distribution and potential charges for most. And the only reason I'm reading that is to explain that there are more issues involved than simply AISH. You put them in omnibus bills, and you get all sorts of things happening. And I'll get to another one in a second. Sorry if I'm taking too long, but this one concerns me. So she talks about AISH and goes, automatic transfers, mandatory reassessments, and a non-appealable review process compound the concern. Those who don't qualify under the new criteria will receive $200 less per month starting in 27, coinciding with Alberta's decision to claw back the federal Canada Disability Benefit, a move no other province has made. Okay? And she says, well, what's the linkage between the two she's talking about? She says, what links both policies is troubling and familiar. Decisions made without sufficient consultation with patients, physicians or subject matter experts, and apparently based on the assumptions of desired outcomes. In both cases, the lack of evidence-based planning has led to confusion, inequity, and unintended consequences that directly affect vulnerable populations. Physicians are left managing the fallout, whether it's navigating vaccine access or spending countless hours of valuable patient care time completing forms just to ensure disabled patients can maintain basic income. And then she goes on, what you would consider to be a truism. We need informed reform. We urge governments to engage with clinical experts and affected communities before implementing policy that impacts the health and dignity of our patients. We will continue to advocate to this end. Thank you for all the messages of support in recent weeks. Okay, so that was Dr. Shelley Dugan on August 22, 2025. Inclusion Alberta wrote on December 9, 2025. Now remember, this bill, Bill 12, passed into legislation or was adopted as law on December 31, 2025. And I would be absolutely curious to know how many of the current government MLAs actually read this omnibus bill, let alone comprehended what it meant and the impact it may have on people. Inclusion Alberta says, Inclusion Alberta is deeply dismayed by the passage of Bill 12, legislation that will do what no one in the disability community asked for. Dramatically change the assured income for the severely handicapped program and introduce the Alberta Disability Assistance Program. At a time when living costs continue to rise steeply, Bill 12 threatens 79,000 Albertans currently on AISH and their families with a 10% cut to benefits and a 67% cut to fully exempt employment income, striking out cost of living increases from legislation and restricting which decisions can be appealed. Makes Albertans with disabilities and their families even more vulnerable. Now here's the important part. Province says numerous consultations. Maybe they did. Well, oh no, I wasn't there. But the Inclusion Alberta says, in passing this legislation, the government of Alberta has ignored the frightened and anxious pleas of thousands of Albertans with disabilities and their families. They, along with former leaders and advisors in government's own disability programs and organizations that represent and support people with disabilities, lawyers, economists, and the Alberta Medical Association called for pausing the plan for ADAP and engaging in genuine consultation with the disability community on what changes could enhance disability assistance in our province. And this is a quote, "I'm terrified of the prospect of being labeled either permanently unemployable or somewhat unemployable and having my already meager monthly income reduce," says Ashton Kennedy, an Inclusion Alberta board member who received AISH. "I don't know what this means for my future and if I will still be able to make ends meet." And my final comment on that issue is, and it says, "We all deserve basic human decency." Most disability advocates will tell you we are all just one illness, one accident, one incident away from becoming disabled. A friend of mine is in the audience today, Mr. Chris Schomber, he's in the back. And I want to acknowledge him because he has done so much work for the community that he, not by choice, became a member of. So, Chris, I applaud you. Advocates often pose the question, should that happen, how would we want our government to treat us? Would we want them to claw back a small federal benefit that all other disabled Canadians receive? Would we want to be repeatedly forced to prove we are still too disabled to work? Or would we want our government to treat us with the dignity and compassion that every person deserves? Now, when you look at the website, it doesn't talk, they're saying we want to help people. But it doesn't say how many numbers or what numbers they may consider might not be severely disabled to the point that they can't get actual income. It would seem to me, from a logical point of view, that you should start from that premise and then find out what, in fact, is the problem that you're trying to solve. So I mentioned Bill 12 has 14 acts that are being amended, but there's another one too, included in that Bill 12. So we refer to Bill 12 as, the AISH Act, but it's actually deals with what? It's about the sixth one in, Assured Income for the Severely Handicapped Act amendments. But they have another one too. And this says, press release, union leaders decry Bill 12 as the latest UCP attack on Alberta workers. So this does not deal with AISH, but just gives you an example of what happens when you have these omnibus bills. So this legislation originally started with legislation passed in 2019 by the UCP, which dictated that public sector pension plans are required to use the government-owned Alberta Investment Management Corp, AIMCO, as their investment manager. They have no other option. AIMCO, using a risky and reckless investment strategy, lost $1.3 billion in pension funds. In an internal review, AIMCO Board of Directors admitted their strategy carried unacceptable levels of risk and that oversight and governance of the strategy are unsatisfactory. As an aside, you know, the pension plan that Alberta wants to bring into Alberta, it's AIMCO that they want to manage this pension plan. Sorry about that, that's just an aside. But now, Bill 12, and again, you're referring to part of Bill 12, is preventing workers and pension plans from legally challenging the government over those lost funds. 3 years ago, 4 pension plans entered into an arbitration process to recover at least some of the $1.3 billion in losses. Bill 12 ends this arbitration process and shields both AIMCO and the government from liability. I actually read that section. It's on page 21 of Bill 12. Page 21 of 132 pages, it says, you know what? You lost money from the pension plan. AIMCO has said that maybe we shouldn't have had these investments. Guess what? You're not getting them back, and there's no appeal from that. Sorry for taking so long. I don't know. I can't say for a fact that their government had proper or didn't have proper consultation. But what I do know is that what I've seen happening, you know, whether it be with the Bill 20 and the hand counting fiasco, with the requirement of municipalities to have their police officers have body cameras at the cost of $350,000 per year, which the province will only pay $250,000 and only for the first 2 years. Or the photo radar, which for some reason they decided to get rid of because they felt that speeders needed protection, which monies helped the city and other municipalities balance their budget. And then there are items that I'm not going to go through, things that will cost us money in the future and that have already cost the province. Remember the $1 billion or so that happened with the failed pipeline in the eastern United States, or the coal company payouts because of flip-flops with respect to whether or not coal mining would be allowed, or the, of course, everyone knows the Turkish medicine issue, or for paying an MLA to go to a prayer meeting in Washington, D.C. I apologize for being so lengthy, but the point I was trying to make is that the website of the government has not convinced me that they have had proper consultations or that the decision is something that is truly beneficial as they allege. I'm not convinced. I'm actually voting in favor of a resolution that I don't think is within our lane, but it is a resolution that affects numerous citizens of Lethbridge, many of whom are here today. And like Councillor Crowson, who I thank for bringing this resolution, I hope that as many members of council are able to support this, because all it is asking for is to, let's have a little more chat about this. Let's really find out whether in fact there is abuse in the system, which is the underlying premise of this whole thing. And let's talk to the people, the doctors, the social workers, the people that deal with rehabilitation, all those experts that are out there that actually are able to answer these kinds of questions. And finally, because we don't know what the regulations say, whatever board is going to be struck to make these decisions, how they will be appointed, who will be appointing them, what qualifications they had, you need a pause on this. Please, government, at this occasion, on this one time, please listen to your citizens. Thank you. No.
No? Thank you, Councillor Dodick. We'll move on to Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Dodick, for that. I had the privilege of talking to Inclusion Lethbridge last week. It was really an enlightening discussion. And I really believe we as a council have an moral obligation to get into advocacy. We need to help those people who may not be able to help themselves, who don't have a voice. And we as council, as municipal government, we can provide that voice. We need to stand up for those in our community who aren't getting support from anyone else. And according to Inclusion Lethbridge last week, more than 70,000 people are on AISH. We don't know how many are here, but those are, no matter how many they are important residents in our community. And we have a moral obligation to support them. And I agree with the motion that we do have a vested interest in ensuring people with disabilities receive the adequate financial support so they can actually live, so they can pay their rent, so they can put their groceries on the table, so they can pay for their medications. And there's no assurance of that with this legislation. We don't know what's going to happen. So again, I want to give my support to this resolution, and I sincerely hope everyone else here will do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the eloquence of my colleague, Reiko Dodic here. Pretty much said everything that needed to be said, and everyone that's here. This is personal to me for reasons I will not get into, but it is very, very personal to me. And I see the people that are here, and I hear confusion, I hear anxiety. I understand the fear that is going through everyone here, whether you are on AISH or you are a worker with people who are on AISH and not knowing what's going to happen with their lives, and this is their lives. So I am passionately in favor of this resolution. As already mentioned, there is a lack of definition. There is no right to appeal. There is no meaningful dialogue, and the consultation needs to be there. We need to get that message to this government, and we need to get it before we don't. So I will absolutely support this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Croson, for bringing this motion forward. This is about responsible governance and ensuring the voices of our residents are heard at the provincial level. And in this instance, we have individuals who are expressing real fears and looking for our support. My support for this motion is grounded in local impact, accessibility, and evidence-based policy. When provincial program changes affect the residents in Lethbridge and may very well increase barriers to employment, housing stability, or community well-being, it's appropriate for Council to request meaningful consultation, clear communication, and impact reporting. We have a duty as Council to use our voice to elevate those in our city and relay feedback from our community to other orders of government. For this reason, I'll be supporting this, and I would call for all members of Council to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Doria.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I have to thank Councillor Croson for bringing this important motion. And I know there is no clarity. I'm so appreciative of Councillor Dodic to present all the details, all the explanation about Bill 12, but even though there is no clarity, there is no direct definition on where are we going. Is AISH still exist even though there will be a transition to ADAP? And we have to be mindful that this bill will take effect soon, this July, and it will really, really affect all the lives of who are in AISH. What I'm trying to ask within myself, even though I saw in your letters that you presented, this is also a tier 2, there is a tier 2 program. AISH will exist, and there is also ADAP. So I don't know, I'm asking to myself whether is it right to assume that all the AISH members still exist even though there is a transition to ADAP? Or, as what Councillor Dodic mentioned, that they are all be in ADAP before to be classified into AISH again. So again, there is really a big confusion here, but personally, because I am also personally touched with all our residents here in Lethbridge with this situation, I strongly support for this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to just thank many of you that have come forward and spoke to me over the past few months, especially about this Bill 12. And one in particular, Chris Rowley, thank you. I know I met with Chris here, and this was back in, I guess, beginning of October, and got a bunch of information. I think it was about this thick, right, Chris? And took that work that you'd put together and got a lot of different information, and took that up to the province and took that to the minister. And he's very grateful that I brought that information forward, as it's part of the advocacy work that we do. And I just want to make sure that that you all know that we will continue to advocate on behalf of the citizens of Lethbridge. Sometimes we know that there's a lane. There's a lane, of course, as there's a lane when it comes to the responsibilities of the province, our responsibilities, and when it comes to housing, it's not our responsibility. However, we find ourselves dealing with housing issues on a regular basis just because those citizens live within our community. I sit on another board with Councillor Dodick, and it's on a cardiac advisory cabinet to get those services into our community. That's not our lane, doctors and some of these different services, but that affects the folks within the community in which we live. And so for that reason, I want you to be all aware that this information that I was given by Mr. Rowley, I did take up to the minister, and he's looked at it, was grateful to receive that information, and I will be supporting this motion. And back to Councillor Crowson to close.
Thank you. As somebody who brings the motion forward, of course, I get to open the debate and close the debate. And I usually try to save my best arguments for the end, for the closing, because I'm trying to sway everybody. But I've heard everybody today, so I don't think I am going to throw out the 18 pages of arguments that I have, because I don't think it's necessary at this point. I do want to just pick up on a few things. I share Councillor Dodick's concerns. In fact, when I met with Inclusion Lethbridge and I said, of course, I will bring this forward, I knew that even if the mayor writes the most amazingly compelling letter, we may not be listened to in Edmonton, but that can never stop us from trying. I'm a stubborn, determined person who lives in hope that eventually we can get what we want and get what we need. And I know Lethbridge is the same, stubborn and determined. So we have to keep fighting on behalf of our residents. And I look forward to continuing to advocate for everyone in Lethbridge. And having said all of that, I will call the question.
All right, question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. My colleagues, do you need a break? Do you want? Let's just take a few minutes of a break if we can. We'll return here at 1:40. All right, we'll continue on with the meeting. And I have a resolution 6.2 from Councillor Wolf, official business motion, options to mitigate 2027 budget pressures for Lethbridge tax and ratepayers. Whereas council is committed to, I should start, first of all, there's some changes to this, and I'll put that over to Councillor Wolf to explain the changes. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having reviewed this, I felt with some consultation that it was best just to maybe make it more clear and more easy for the city manager to understand what we're asking, and that he would be able to just have a more clear direction of exactly what's needed and take some of the unnecessary fluff out of it.
All right, so if I read the motion, this is the new one as we do have that was distributed, okay. So that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll read off the new one. And can you explain maybe what you're revising, Councillor Wolf?
Sure. I think in the original one, it delineated some of the fee-for-service providers that would be involved in the scope of this examination of potential cost reductions. And I think there's some difficulty with that as the city manager does not directly control that. And B, again, I don't think that's the focus of the motion. I think the focus of the motion is just to turn it over to the city manager. Maybe the city manager has this money sitting in his boots that he would like to donate to the city. But assuming he doesn't, then this new motion will just give him clear direction to just go and find the funds that we've identified.
Okay, so I'll tell you what is the main clause that are removed is further be resolved that council requests that Lethbridge Utilities grant-funded and fee-for-service partners, the Lethbridge Police Commission, the Lethbridge Public Library Board, similarly examine options for ongoing cost savings or revenue increases and provide the extent possible an analysis of the impacts on the respective service levels. That's removed. Also what's being removed, requests the Lethbridge Utilities grant-funded fee-for-service funding partners, the Lethbridge Police Commission, Lethbridge Library, return to council with those options and associated impacts to council's consideration and bring forward one-time and ongoing reduction initiatives during the 2027 operating budget deliberation. That has also been removed. So you'll have the new one, and if you want to just take 2 minutes, I'll give my colleagues here just a couple of minutes to look through the new revised that is out there. I think it's important that you see what has been changed and just have an opportunity to look at that.
He has a comment.
Mr. City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment looking at the struck out version. I do have authority over the Lethbridge Utilities. Those are all under the purview of city manager. Is it?
Okay, is it fair to say, Councillor Wolf, that obviously with them being removed, the city manager does say over utilities, but you'll still have that removed as part of the others, that he does not? That's fine?
That's correct, because it's all encompassed in the further be it resolved part.
Okay. All right. Just give another minute here with my colleagues. Has everyone had an opportunity to scan through that? Yes? All right. Anything more to add, Mr. City Manager? Sorry, did I interrupt you before you had a chance to finish?
No, I was talking to Mr. Matthews, and unfortunately I didn't hear what you guys said, so my apologies.
I just made a comment that you are you can deal with the Lethbridge Utilities, so I asked if Mr. Wolf or Councillor Wolf wanted that still removed out, and he said that is fine. It's the operative clause still shows what he is looking towards. All right, so I'll read the new resolution. Whereas council is committed to delivering high-quality municipal services while maintaining fiscal responsibility and stewardship of public funds, and whereas council is committed to balancing the cost of municipal services with the need to meet service level standards, and whereas targeted one-time constraints on the operational cost of municipal programs and services can help mitigate budget and tax pressures on municipal taxpayers, and whereas anticipated impacts of the city's financial position includes reducing funding from other orders of government, prior council decisions, and ongoing inflationary pressures. And whereas the 2027 operating budget deliberations are currently scheduled for June 10th and June 11th of 2026, therefore be it resolved that council direct the city manager return to the April 14th, 2026 meeting of council with options to achieve one-time operational cost savings in 2026, along with an analysis of the impacts on service levels to the extent possible. Further be resolved that council direct the city manager to identify options for cost reductions or revenue increases to reduce the 2027 operating budget base funding by 1.75%, approximately $3.6 million of the tax-funded portion of the 2026 operating budget, and to provide, where possible, an analysis in the associated service level impacts for consideration during the 2027 operating budget deliberations. Further be resolved that council requests that the Lethbridge Utilities grant-funded fee-for-service. Oh, sorry, that's the one that is removed. My apologies. Further be resolved that council adjust the timeline for the 2027 operating budget deliberations to November 16th to 20th, 2026. I do have a question right out as I'm reading this. One-time operational cost savings in 2026. Is that supposed to be 2027? And I don't know if...
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. In regards to this, my understanding of the resolution, it is for 2026, so anything we can do is one time in 2026, and to bring those back in April 14th as I read the resolution.
So one time, and then the other would be through budget.
That's
if you
right.
want to continue. Okay.
The one thing that, and the city manager just rightfully said, remind me to clarify here as well, it doesn't relate to the 1.75 or the 3.6 million. That would be something different. That's only for 2027. The 1.75 and 3.6 million for ongoing funding.
Correct. Okay. Thank you for that. Questions, Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, I have a couple of them. One is to the city treasurer right now. Bearing in mind that WestJet has announced that we do not have any air service, or at least passenger service now, between Calgary and Lethbridge, and the reverse. And we did a resolution which was going to transfer $1 million to the airport reserves and potentially up to $2 million for the thing I voted against, being the guarantee of passenger loads. So if that money was available, for example, that could be an example of savings of one-time operational costs, at least for the year 2026 and onwards, depending on when the $2 million or up to $2 million could be spent.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. A little bit, so just on that resolution specifically, what that's doing is make it a commitment within the reserve. It's not additional funds, it's already funds that are in the reserve. From the point of view, council could use it for one-time things for other commitments, if not used for that.
Well, you got to admit that if there isn't passenger service in Lethbridge, the operational costs are going to be less than they were. Or are you going to say the operational costs of an airport that has no passenger service is going to be the same or close to the same?
So thank you, Councillor Dodick. It's probably a little bit more work on that one to go through the ins and outs of it there, but for us to get there. However, when you take a look at revenues less the potential operating expenditures, it's there is a pressure that will come from that, but it's not as high as one might think right off the bat, at least from initial estimates.
But that shouldn't be too difficult to find out. If you're able to say, okay, the costs of having passenger air service is X, because you now have to have personnel there to deal with the the non-WestJet employees. But so that would be something that I'm not going to ask you to do now, but that's something that you would be able to do. Is that?
That is correct. We could take a look at that. In fact, we have some preliminary stuff. I know that Mr. Ulrich and Mr. Pierce, Prince, I should say, has in regards to talk about that if council wishes later this day.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions. City manager, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't think I am wrong, but one of the duties of the city manager is to present a certain level of service to the citizens of Lethbridge, whether that service be transit, snow plowing, paving, whatever it may be. And part and parcel of being able to provide the services that the citizens want is to identify savings and actually operationalize those savings. In other words, you're trying to keep costs as low as possible, and would you say that that's what you're doing right now?
Yes.
Thank you. And my final question is to the mover. 1.75%, that's a very specific number. Why that number?
My understanding is that approximately, if we can do that, we can present and look at a tax increase. Decrease, thank you. For the 2027 budget, that would be ideally less than 4% versus the proposed 5.19%.
Okay, so this is, to me, this just seems like all right. Proposed taxes are going to be 5.1%, but I want them under 4%. But I also want to make sure that services are not reduced, and yet the city manager says that the monies that he's receiving is to provide the services he needs, and he's looking for cost savings all the time. So how do you reconcile the two?
Can I answer that?
Well, it's to you.
Okay. Would you agree that these levels of checks and balances are existing in the provincial level? There's somebody there responsible for efficiency and cost savings?
So, sorry,
Well, just answer I'll get there if
I
you
think
can.
I asked a question.
Well, so I can attest to you, there probably are people on the provincial level
Yeah.
whose responsibility is to monitor and make sure that spending is efficient.
Okay.
Then by your own admission, you listed several items where the province was then inefficient and unwise in how they spent their money. So I'm proposing that through no malice or through no mistake or through no intent, the large corporation like ours, at the end of the day, there are always efficiencies that can be found and redundancies that can be eliminated to do what the taxpayer expects from us, which is for us as the council to maybe take management's focus from a focus to a laser focus and to simply see if they can identify. We're not proposing any changes, we're not proposing any cuts. We're asking for city management to come and identify opportunities for us as a council to deliver what the majority of our voters want, which is tax relief.
Okay, but that's, okay, let's go back to the question. The question was, you have an artificial number, and by your own admission, you want taxes to be under 5%. And my question was, okay, I'll rephrase it. So this is an artificial number just to get to a tax rate that you feel the citizens would like to see.
I think it demonstrates a tangible effort and a tangible difference to them.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
All right. I will save my further comments to debate. I think I may have telegraphed which way I'm going. Telegraphed? Is that still around?
Telegrammed? All right. Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell.
To city manager, I guess to maybe if you can elucidate a little bit more about, you're always trying to find solutions to reducing costs and everything like that. To what extent can you, you're being asked in this resolution to come back with some information, and thereby we'll be changing when we deliberate on taxes to another date. How big of a difference is that going to be for you, given this direction compared to what you already were trying to do, if that makes sense to you?
I think so. Let me try. So to your question, so there's two parts to the motion, and I've obviously discussed it with the councillor before this. So the first part, the one-time piece that would come back this year, those are short-term measures. Again, I take direction from council as a whole, so after this meeting, if this was to pass, we'd go away and look at what those short-term one-time measures.
So what is the impact of going the longer route here and coming back? And like you say, it's going to have an impact on staff.
Oh, the longer route is a lot of work. Yes,
Yep.
there's no question about it. But again, I take direction from council. If that's something that council wants to do, that's what we'll do. As far as what I'll come back with, it's way too early to say.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan. So let's follow up on what Council Campbell just asked. Roughly, how much staff time, staff energy would go into a thorough evaluation that has been presented in this motion? Has that been costed
I'm
out?
looking at the CFO. I'm going to say hundreds, probably thousands of hours of time to look at coming back with something in the fall. And what I will say, so I'm not trying to bias any decisions here, but usually anything ongoing is tied to a service level or ending a service or a service level impact that you could reduce this level of service and it would result in X savings or eliminate this service. And that the likelihood of finding low-hanging fruit that you could cut this, reduce this, and no visible impact to others is pretty rare. The organization's been around for a long time, and the processes, service level, structure, reporting is quite established and quite mature.
And if your staff was put to work on this, what would not be getting done?
I'll look to the CFO. I know he has some comments that he can certainly speak to on that front.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. So just on this, give some context around where we're at and why, before I give you the full kind of things that we would look at. And some of it I won't be able to fully give because we'd have to take it back a bit more with other areas. The 2027 operating budget was originally intended to be a streamlined exercise. That approach was deliberate. It was designed to allow administration to dedicate the balance of 2026 to advancing the 2027 to 2036 capital improvement program with council. Introducing a comprehensive operational reduction exercise of this scale fundamentally changes that workload plan. Administration will need to come back and provide the full context, since I only can speak to things that are in my area. However, to give some context, to complete a meaningful and responsible review of this magnitude, administration would need to redirect the same subject matter experts currently assigned to other strategic priorities. For my area, this includes staff that are currently leading asset management planning and development and life cycle modeling, policy reviews and amendments, user fees and charges analysis, the financial forecasting and long-term sustainability work, and capital program alignment and infrastructure prioritization. These are not separate teams of people that do this work. They are the same financial, operational, and technical leaders who would be required to analyze service level impacts, model cost reductions, and prepare council decision packages. Given current capacity, this means work would need to be reprioritized. Some initiatives would slow down, others may be deferred beyond 2027, particularly because 2027 is already to be fully dedicated to preparing the next operating budget. In short, completing an operational reduction exercise of this scale does not occur alongside existing work. It reshapes the organization's work plan. Council should be aware that advancing this review would likely delay other corporate priorities, including asset management maturity, policy modernization, and user fee alignment.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Wolf, can I ask, you also not only do you have, you're looking at, or is it still in the motion? Sorry, I should double check. But you were looking at changing the date of when we had the discussion. Can you tell me why you were looking at moving the date of the budget deliberations from June till November?
Thank you. I think the indication from management was that that's when they would be prepared to deliver that information.
Okay, so it was because of the amount of time and effort that would go into it, so.
Depending on which course we pursue, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'll step out at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mayor. I've got a number of questions. I'm going to tag into what Councillor Crowson was just talking here. I pulled the information from the 2020, from our last budget deliberations. And this was information that Mr. Matthews provided to us when we were going through the streamlining of the budget processes. And it was at that time where we were talking about the number of meetings and the cost that it would be for doing the operating budget and the capital budget processes at the same time. And we had a cost of term or contract staff required to backfill staff to work on budget, which would be $575,000 each budget cycle. Mr. Matthews, would that fall in line with this discussion that we're having here?
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. the one difference in that discussion, we were talking about both, like a 4-year, multi-year
Yeah,
budget
and
cycle?
we were talking about doing them both at the
At
same
the
time.
same time, that's
Yeah.
correct. So the difference here, this would be somewhat different from the point of view, it's 1 year, it's, so there is some differences, I guess I would just highlight, but there's also similarities in that people has to go in and do analytical work.
Yeah, so we would still have to have that cost or contract staff filling and backfilling. We would have additional meetings because now we're moving into 2 budgets at the same time in November. And we would certainly be increasing that workload as we were proposing to increase that workload should we do that operating and capital budget processes at the same time.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think one of the things the council would have to realize, one of the areas of focus they would, to fit this into this schedule piece, we would be adding additional meeting times. One thing that I would highlight here, the resolution right now has November 16th to 20th. That currently, in the resolution, that's when CIP would be deliberated. What we would suggest for administration is you take another week inside of there in the November timeframe just for operating budget and keep the week for CIP. Council will have tremendous amounts of work to look at the CIP coming forward, and also, of course, with the additional whatever comes back to reduce 3.6 million. And just in context to understand why the workload piece, there's 17 business units within, or work areas, I would say, within our tax funded area that are less than, so basically if you took out 3.6 million, you'd be more than their whole combined net budget. So it's big when you start pulling out 3.6 million out of a budget. So
the
i.e. the
3.6
amount
that
of,
we're looking at
the
pulling is going.
3.6 million is greater than 17 net tax support budgets for some of our departments.
Okay.
Yeah, which would include things like the GALT, city clerks, mayor and council, legal services, procurement, regulatory, people and culture, entertainment, event services, and stormwater all have tax supported budgets less than 3.6 million. So having come back and take a look at those, shows the complexity of trying to find 3.6 million in services and so forth, the pulling out. It is a challenge. We will go down this road, as the city manager says, but it's not a small endeavor, i.e. the reason why the amount of time, as you're talking about.
Right. So I'm just going to follow up with that question, then talking about the complexity of this to you, Mr. Matthews. If that would mean that council would not approve the budget until December.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. So if we're reducing staff to accommodate for the budget decrease, and the $3.6 million savings could very well see reduction in staff, what does that do with union contracts needing to be given appropriate notice? So any of that 30 to 60 days, what does that do for those union contracts?
I think I'll pass that to Ms. Smitten.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Very similar here. We would have to find out. We will need to take a look and then be able to present back to council. But there would be a concern raised by the unions, and it would impact collective bargaining, potentially.
Okay, I'm going to step out just for a moment.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the resolution. I appreciate the conversation. I think it shouldn't be implied that by having this resolution that our city manager is not constantly trying to find efficiencies. And I know that's not your intent, Councillor Wolf, but my question to the city managers, you're constantly always looking for efficiencies outside of this resolution. Am I correct?
Yes, that was a question that was asked earlier. That, and I could rattle a few off.
No,
I'll
use one as an example here. Okay, I'll use one as an example here. A few weeks back, we came into our office and we saw a council picture. This is a good example, and I appreciate after the fact. We used, just so a bit of context here, we used to have, after election, we take council pictures and we get this nice frame picture, all nicely matted, and it looks really nice. You hang it up in your office and you take really pride. So about 3 weeks ago, we came into our offices and we saw these pictures, you used to get in grade school, then the cardboard like thing, and I go, what is this all about? This isn't right. This isn't the way we do it. Like, what's up with this? This looks cheap. And so later on, I got an email through Mr. Westerson, I do believe. It wasn't a confidential email, so I'm going to talk about it. He says, yes, we're trying to find efficiencies. It would have cost us $2,800, I do believe, if we would have done that. And initiatives, am I correct?
That's correct. And in fact, I don't see Ms. Grindle in the audience here, but there's some communication they've been putting out recently that just highlights some of these efficiencies, because one of the things that we don't do well is talking about them. So there's a more of an intentional effort to highlight some of them publicly now.
My next question to you is more of a, maybe an observation is, being on council, the years experience I've had, we are very, very good at saying yes to levels of service in our community. And when we do things such as, well, you know what, maybe we'll cut back mowing a grass. Quite often we do get people complaining about taxes, but is it fair that we get more phone calls and more complaints when we cut levels of service in this community, at least from your perspective?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. So my takeaway is, and I appreciate the resolution. So, and I think it was a good resolution, no matter where it goes, because it creates the conversation so people understand the pressures. Is it also true, Mr. City Manager, if you go back 4 or 5 years, when we went through the KPMGs and all that, we laid off 40 to 50 managerial people within our, these are people out of scope, outside of unions, that we laid off quite a bit of people through attrition and just layoffs. Am I correct?
Correct. 51 was the number, I believe. Look at my team. I wasn't here. It was before my time. Total 61 and 10 were reinvested.
Okay, and so in the meantime, the workload has increased in the city as our city grows and all that. So it's fair to say a lot of those needed things are being carried by the staff that are currently on the city hall or within the corporation.
It is important to note that with a growing city, so you know, all of council and the community is aware of the city's growing quite a bit in the last few years. With a growing city, the numbers need to continue to increase. We look to find synergies and economies of scale and efficiencies, but yes, that is the theme, is being as efficient as possible.
And it's incumbent upon us, and thank you for that, it's incumbent upon us as members of city council, if we want to cut, because at the end of the day, I think probably 85% of the budget is based around salaries and wages and unions, and we probably have 7 or 8 of those in our thing. The other parts are service levels, so it's incumbent upon us as council to bring resolutions forward in regards to service level cutbacks. Am I correct on that?
Absolutely, yep. I can only take direction from council as a whole. So,
thank you very much.
Councilor Doria.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is directed to Mr. Matthews. I am a little bit concerned with the timeline of moving the operating budget to November 16 to 2026. Have we experienced having operating budget? We are doing operating budget and then we are also doing CIP at the same time. What would be the implication if we will do this? Can you please shed us some thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Doria. So to answer your first part of the question, and then I'll give you a bit more context around it here. The answer is no, we've not for many, many years have we done operating budget and CIP at the same time. When I say that, we're probably going back to the early 2000s. And that was the time frame when you only do annual budgeting. So you would do operating budget and capital, but even then you wouldn't do it, you could do it in the same year, but not at the same time of it. So yes, it does put us in here. But one of the reasons why I think it would be important to move this from June to November is just the sheer magnitude of this. And if you don't mind, I'll just go through and give you a bit of a response on that so you can understand some of the context on this from this one. So although administration agrees that this work is critically important for given the significant pressures on the city's financial position, we are facing reduced funding from other orders of government and impacts in prior council decisions, as you know, inside of the resolution. But to put in, what we've learned from the past experiences, the city manager has noted that without sufficient analysis can result in unintended consequences, either driving future budget increases or having to reinvest in things that we've stopped. And Councillor Parker was referring to one of those in the past there as well in his questioning pieces. For the current June schedule, now going into it, why we think we would have to do this. The current June schedule was built around bringing forward 2027 stub year budget, essentially rolling forward 2026 with adjustments only for known financial impacts. So the timeline was not designed to accommodate new initiatives, much less a comprehensive operational reduction exercise of this scale. Introducing cost reduction and revenue initiatives now significantly expands that scope of work. This level of review is compatible to the 2021 to 2022 operating budget review undertaken for Council's recollection back in 2020. It requires detailed departmental analysis, cross-corporate coordination and financial modeling, and preparation of business cases, presentations, and council packages for deliberations. Given current submission deadlines in April and May, administration cannot complete this work in time for June deliberations. If the motion is adopted, moving deliberations to November allows administration to conduct thorough service level impact analysis, evaluate fixed and variable costs, assess community and legislative implications, develop defensible revenue options, and provide council with clear decision packages. Administration can meet the expectations for the comprehensive 2027 operating budget process within the November timeframe. However, the week of November 16th to 20, as I mentioned earlier, is currently fully allocated to CIP deliberations. And administration suggests additional time be allotted the week of November 2nd to accommodate the operational reduction exercise. There would also be a requirement to also in the fall to have discussions with council prior to getting deliberations so that either groups or departments and so forth could speak to what the impacts were and to answer questions before getting into deliberations. In short, the recommendation to move from June to November is not about delaying decisions, is about ensuring council has complete, accurate, and well-analyzed information before making decisions of this magnitude. So although, getting back to the first part of your question, Councillor Doria, there is, we haven't done it before in November, but we need that length of runway to be able to do this competitive work, make this work, and it would mean 2 separate weeks in November, which would be, going back to what Councillor Schmidt-Rempel mentioned, a lot of extra materials for council to digest and go through, and could distract for some of the thought processes on capital side, because now you're looking at both budgets at the same time. And if this was adopted.
Okay, one more question, Mayor. So it means that as you go on doing the detailed review for this, there is also a corresponding cost and energy inputted on this on those works.
Yes, that's true. So like we mentioned earlier, what the cost is, for one thing, is opportunity cost. There's a number of things that council has mentioned for the departments to work on. I will have to, for my teams, and I can't speak for everyone else around the room because every single department and general manager and their financial staff will be working on this. We'd have to pull them off other things they're working on right now, which will delay some of those aspects coming back to council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. To the mover, there is a comment. Help me understand what you're saying when you state targeted time-bound constraints on the operational costs of municipal programs and services can help mitigate budget and tax pressures. Can you help me understand exactly what you're saying by this?
I think basically it just speaks to that there are targeted and time-bound constraints in the budgets, existing budgets, that we hope to address.
But so when I read through it and interpret it, targeted would imply not straight across the board cuts to everything, but the motion speaks to straight across the board cuts on everything.
That's not how I read the motion. I just think he's going to find 1.75% total. I don't think it's going to be across the board to every department.
So you're looking at dividing that up?
I think the motion proposes that the city manager come back with options that will total that. I don't think he's going to go to every department and say, you cut, you cut, you cut, you cut by 1.75%.
Then why tie the city manager's hands by saying 1.75% or 3.6 million? What if he can find more?
Great.
Because right now we've just tied his hands with this motion.
Yeah, it could be, for sure.
I could see a friendly of 1.75 plus.
Nope, I'm not making any friendlies on this.
Okay. Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question of Mr. Brierly. I mean, the first part of the motion, the first therefore be resolved, asks you to come up with options to achieve one-time operational cost savings in 2026. Given that we have a more complex city, a growing city, are any cost savings, in your opinion, necessary?
I'm going to put that right back to council, actually. That's, I would suggest that's a council decision.
That's definitely a council decision because we give direction and the city manager listens to the direction of council. So if we wanted those, that's how the direction would go. And I think that's probably what you're kind of seeing right here. I see no further questions in the queue, so we'll start with debate. And do you want to open debate, Councillor Wolf, or do you wait for closing? Either way? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a few observations as we've been talking here. As I go into my comments, I hope we'll remember a couple of things. The city management has done an excellent job of articulating the fact that any changes that happen don't happen in a vacuum. And I want you to remember that. I want to also highlight that Councillor Bieber made an excellent point. We have a job to advocate. Thankfully, we also have the ability to act. We have the ability to do a lot more than just advocate. I wonder how many people in this room have been in a situation where they've advocated and felt like they weren't listened to or nothing happened. And I certainly have that feeling with only 3+ months on city council. So advocacy is an amazing tool. I appreciate the fact that we actually have the ability to make things happen. And I think there's an expectation from the taxpayer for us to do that. This is my first motion, so this is exciting. It has recently been reported that 47% of Albertans are $200 or less away from bankruptcy each month. Let that scary statistic sink in. Our hardworking citizens are under tremendous financial pressure, bearing in mind again that these do not exist in a vacuum. When council passes along tax increases, we need to remember and consider that we are contributing to the very real stress that many of our citizens face. And I would probably highlight that the group that was here before could acutely feel this. Tax increases do not occur in a bubble. It seems like everything is getting more expensive. Daily necessities like food, shelter, and municipal property taxes consume a higher and higher proportion of people's limited income. During the election campaign, we all heard time and time again that taxpayers need and want some relief. I believe this exploratory measure, is the responsible first step in trying to minimize the tax increase for the upcoming 27 stub budget. In fact, I think it's an ideal time to have a look at this because it is a stub budget. And this gives us an opportunity to really rethink how we're doing things and really hunker down and prepare for the following 4 years after the stub budget. So the stub budget is actually an excellent opportunity here. The last thing taxpayers want is for us to just accept 5.19 again for the next 5 years or more. Put that into real numbers for real taxpayers. If you pay $4,000 a year in property tax, you're likely going to pay over $5,000 in a few short years, bearing in mind that 47% of Albertans are $200 away from bankruptcy every month. Renters and low-income citizens feel this impact because guess what? Landlords pass the costs along to their tenants. Those who can least afford are forced to pay, and they are then under even worse circumstances. We are too comfortable with taxation as the only solution. I find it interesting that the motion mentions looking at opportunities to increase revenue, and nobody has mentioned that because it's kind of an uncomfortable conversation that not too many people like. But there is an opportunity to do that, and I find it interesting that nobody asked about that. This motion will provide valuable and timely insight. We can find efficiencies and savings, and our employers, the taxpayers, need to see that we understand their struggles and are working diligently to provide as much relief as we possibly can, while ensuring the city continues to operate and provide the necessities taxpayers need. I think there's I can't picture a situation where city management is ever going to look to us and say, that's a brilliant idea. That won't cause any waves. This is a simple little thing. Bing, bang, boom. Councillor Wolf, you're a genius. Let's do it. I don't think that's going to happen in the next 4 years. I think the required response will be to paint out the work that is involved. But I do not agree that in any way, shape, or form, that when it comes to how we're managing this city and in a stub budget year, that we can just use that as a convenient way to back out and say, well, jeepers, it's just not worth it, and it's going to be too much work, because I don't think the taxpayers are content with that. And I think they deserve better from us as a city council. This motion in no way insinuates that there is, again, any kind of deliberate or systemic poor performance amongst any departments in the city. All it does is it says we're a big corporation, and any big corporation can be more efficient, whether it's technology, whether it's new modalities, any corporation can be better. And I'm just asking for an opportunity to show that to the taxpayers, and then hopefully pass along some relief to these folks who employ us and who really right now in this given context, which is a much different context than the timeframes that Mr. Parker mentioned, we are in an unheard and unknown pressure and environment on people's livelihoods. And this is a different time, and we need to be responsible and responsive of that as a city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you, Councillor Wolf, for bringing this forward. Had a great conversation around it. I appreciate the work on this. I appreciate the concern. And I share and appreciate your frustration about affordability. We know people are having incredible difficulty in making ends meet. Prices seem to keep going up. And I believe everyone on council would like to see a more efficient use of money and a smart use and a continued smart use of taxes. My concern, though, is the approach to this. And it turns to a phrase that you said, that we're going to turn things over to the city manager. That I do not like. That's the wrong approach. This has to be done, strategic plan, service levels, and then budget. And we have not done enough work on the service level. Pretty soon a service level policy is supposed to be coming to us, and then we actually have to sit down and get a list of all service levels, understand where they are, and legitimately go, okay, should this be up or down, and look at the budget deliberations of those in a very concrete, specific manner. That is when the conversation that you have brought forward needs to happen, because the service level must determine the budget, not the other way around. And then we can have it done in a way. So I know we will have this conversation again during this budget term. I am hoping we can get to the same or similar results, but the process has to be done in the way that keeps council in charge of making the decisions as the representatives of the public. I don't want to just send things off to the city manager, go, hey, you try to understand our values and what we want and go make the changes and then suggest them back to us. It's very deliberate. Service level policy is coming. Let's do the work and continue on. So I will be voting against this, but I hope to have this same conversation later in this term.
Councillor Dodick.
Yes, I'll be voting against it as well. The median price of a house in Lethbridge means that taxes or property taxes that the city controls is $2,855. There's about 20-25% that goes to education. We can't control that. We can't reduce that. Green Acres, the same thing. We can't control that. Even if you were able to find a 1.75% ongoing tax reduction, we're talking about $49.96 a year, which translates to $4.16 a month. I'm not minimizing what Councillor Wolf is trying to do, but what I have concerns about is that there was a suggestion in there implied that by not taking this or not voting for this resolution, somehow we don't have the taxpayers' best interests in mind. Members of this council, I wasn't on it at the time, but they're well aware of when they tried to give relief to taxpayers during COVID with a reduction of the police budget of $1 million, and then Also reducing the parks budget by $600,000. And then I think it was 3 or 4 years, whatever, of 0% tax increases, okay? And that's where the unintended consequences came, because the council, the post-COVID council, had to put the $1 million plus more back in to make sure that there was a level of service that was expected by the city, and whether that be for the police services or with the parks. Now, we've been told about the unintended consequences. We know as the city manager said, thousands of hours that would be needed to give effect to this resolution. The fact is that when we do budget deliberations, and I've done a number of them, Councillor Wolf hasn't yet had a chance to do it, but he'll have an opportunity to vote against the budget if the 5.1%, or if that turns out what to be the case, as well as being able to reduce it and convincing members of council to actually get to a goal that would get taxes down to that level. So this is a means of not accomplishing what is sought to be accomplishing. This is the wrong time to have this discussion. The right time to have it is when we know what is being proposed in the budget. And this is just way too loosey-goosey, and coming up with a number of 1.75 just so that potentially we get taxed under 5%. Yes, I want lower taxes as well, but I need some rational, objective basis to do it, and I certainly don't want to have administration and their employees putting in thousands of hours to give effect to this resolution. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say to Councillor, well, first of all, I'm glad you left fee-for-service groups out of this on the revised motion, because we saw in the last budget discussions, which I covered for the Herald for day and day and day, and fee-for-service groups were given a cost of living increase last year, that last budget term, to help them do a better job, what they do. And they do that job well, at cheaper than we could do it at the corporate level. So I'm glad this was left out. But we're in a predicament here, because to the average observer who's going to look at this motion and hearing people say they object to it, they're going to say, well, councillors don't care about taxes. They don't care about budgets. But we all care about reducing taxes. We all care about trying to keep things affordable. That's part of our job. But and under the MGA, our job is to reflect the best interests of all residents, to do the best job we possibly can for all residents. And certainly I'm concerned about the budget, but I'm also concerned about this arbitrary figure, and I'm concerned, like Councillor Dodick says, about the timing of this, and also what Councillor Croson, or sorry, acting mayor, the lady beside me said this, But I really appreciate where you're coming from, Councillor Wolf. I mean, you have your heart in the right place. We all do. We all care about this. But I think we have to follow through with the process. And given what we've heard about the expense and the time of doing this, I really cannot support this at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This wasn't a wasted conversation. It was a good conversation because it really sets the stage of what's going to happen this year in regards to budgets. And I think, Councillor Wolf, you campaigned on what you're talking about today, so you put your money where your mouth is, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot to learn over the next few months, and I appreciate because you've reached out to members of council asking about process and all that. So this is just another one of the steps we're learning. One thing that you're going to learn really quick, and I think we all the new members of council, you don't screw around with people's level of service. As soon as you start doing that kind of stuff, people go, they go crazy. It could be anything from touching a bus stop or moving something like that. You're going to hear it loud and clear. And like I know, people do reach out to us in regards to taxes. They understand. And you know what? You could drop taxes $50 and they'll say, why doesn't it drop down to $100? But if you did that, the level of service, how much it would affect, you wouldn't believe how much your phone. We will learn this. We will learn this. But it's incumbent upon each and every one of us as we come into budget deliberations to find ways. You could easily say, you know what, let's close down. I'm going to use an example. You could close down one pool 1 day a week and probably save $500,000 because probably during the day, collectively, there's probably 30 people using a pool. And so just as soon as you do that, the City Hall will be lined out down the back door there You don't touch our pools because I've always gone to the hot tub at this certain time. That's the politics of this. And you can't run a city like a business. You run it business-like with a social conscience. And that's an important state. You don't run it like a business. Because if you ran it like a business, you wouldn't do certain things. You wouldn't be in the transit business because you don't make any money in the transit business. But as you can see, most of those people that came here today, if we touch that level of service, they'll be back threefold. So that's the big thing we always have to remember. We're trying to balance levels of service with money. I trust by the answers I heard from our city manager as well as our city treasurer that they're constantly trying to find efficiencies within this corporation. And the reason I use that example, the photo was the simplest thing, but you know what? If you're taking care of those little things, then you're also taking care of the bigger things. And I know our city manager has done an amazing job since he's been in this position for just over 4 years, finding efficiencies all the time. So I don't think he needs a resolution, but I think the resolution is good because it creates this conversation. It creates the backdrop of what we'll be doing in the spring, the summer, and more importantly, this fall. So I will not be supporting it, the resolution, but I think it was a good resolution today to create the conversation and create the context. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wolf, for your work on this and for bringing this forward. This is a fiscal management exercise, and I can certainly appreciate and get behind that. We need to identify savings, revenue options, and understand what service impacts look like. But the pieces of the puzzle that we're still missing are clearly defined and communicated service levels and asset management plans for all business units, and understanding how these all work together and impact service and each other. We can't ignore affordability pressures for ratepayers, but we also cannot pretend that service level choices have no cost. I would prefer to see us work towards a process of long-term sustainability rather than a one-year austerity exercise, because as we've seen in the past, that will come back to haunt us. We don't even have a strategic plan yet. We haven't sat down and done that, so we don't even know what direction we want to move forward as a council. And if the 1.75% target is applied too mechanically, it would undermine service reliability and strategic investment in our city needs. And if we get our staff starting on this right now, it's going to undermine our strategic plan. I support bringing forward options that improve affordability for taxpayers, but those savings or revenue measures must be evidence-based, clearly communicated, and accompanied by a clear analysis of service level impacts. My priority will remain, as council we talked about this, on core services. What are those core service levels, and making sure that our key infrastructure is supported. Maintaining long-term sustainability and making deliberate and strategic choices, but not blunt across-the-board reductions that may actually end up costing us more in the long run. If we're serious about this, and this goes to what Councillor Parker said, then let's get those service levels in place, full asset management plans in place, and bring the reduction forward during the spring budget discussions. And we can have those discussions then. That's where it's incumbent upon all of us to be looking forward to those savings. And we also need to remove a 1.75 handcuff from the city manager. If he is working towards finding savings, then he can find more than 1.75. To me, this is a premature discussion, and I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, congratulations to Councillor Wolf. I really appreciate your passion. You're a man of infinite resource and sagacity, as I like to say. But I have to go to all of my colleagues who have already pretty much said what I'm thinking as well. And I think about the fact that the city manager is always looking for reductions. What we think about the reduction in service levels that we tried to create during COVID, the 0% tax increases, and the fact that we had to take $1 million away from the police service. I know it's a different time, but those are the things that we have to consider. Also, we're getting into this budget discussions. We're ready for it. There's, if we're to do your resolution, again, thousands of hours would need to be taken by management, which I don't think we need to do. We need to get right at it. But I appreciate what you've brought forward. I just can't support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. I'm a little different on this one because I really thought we were overcomplicating things a little bit here. I appreciate the removal of the 2 operative clauses here that we saw, and that came with conversation with Councillor Wolf about, maybe these don't work and they're already doing this, and so it was adjusted. And I guess when I sat here and listened to some of the conversation, I see us as working as a team, But to me, on this particular resolution, I think we really failed. I don't want you to raise your hands, but how many probably went over to Councillor Wolf and said, hey, you know what, I read your resolution, why don't you change this, or maybe this, or, you know, I can't support it because of this. I know some did, but I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands. I think we failed as a council is working together, and it's to me, that's a little frustrating. But I do this a little bit differently, and I want to commend Councillor Wolf for bringing this forward, because I know if it wasn't every door that we knocked or every debate that we went to during the campaign time, it was the question always came up: taxes are too high, taxes are too high. And so you ask them what's too high. I don't know, they're just too high. So sometimes I understand it's a couple of things we can't escape is death and taxes. But it came out quite regularly, and so you know, as I knocked doors, that was the number one thing, and so. I see someone coming forward to not drop them right now, to have the city manager come back and actually look at this. I'm a little blown away here that this has gone the way it has. Not that the vote, as I can see, it's going to go, but just some of the comments and the questions that I believe that it could have been some work that was to help through the process there. If you had any questions or whatever, but you know, we heard this. Tax relief, tax relief, tax relief. And I'll make one prime example. It says it was pretty easy for us to find $2 million to increase the airport budget. Well, there's almost 1% of tax, if you wanted to put it that way. And we heard we can do that. So it's not reducing some levels of service. Sometimes there's dollars in different budgets or different BAUs or whatever that may look like, that we can be strategic and look at ways that we can help to reduce this, because we heard loud and clear, I can't make my rent payment, I can't buy groceries, I can't take my kids to sports, I hear it all the time. And so I'm just sitting back, and so I didn't say too much as I was hearing this, and I just thought it's I was a little surprised. But I want to give one example, because I know I won't hold up a paper, but example, someone came to me from a large corporation in Lethbridge here last week. Didn't want to bring this up, but I'm going to bring it up because it fits, gives good context. He came forward and says, I lost 2 employees to the city. I said, well, that happens all the time. I have too. And, but he says, not that I lost the 2 employees. They're happy with what they were getting. They're pretty happy with the pay, but they want like the days that you could work. But they're paid $40,000 more by working at the city. Let that sink in for a minute. They're paid $40,000 more working at the city. Don't know what the job is, don't want to go in there, don't want to get this person in trouble, whatever. But this is what a large corporation that pays very well in our community, lost 2 people, not one, 2 people to the city at $40,000 more. It doesn't take many of these $40,000 to put you into a cost savings. And so as I listen to the comments around the table, again, I'm really happy that some of these ones are removed, because I looked at what happened with you know, some of the different service groups and the police commission, et cetera. I'm glad to see those removed. But that came from having the conversation with Councillor Wolf and saying, you know what, that makes sense. Maybe I got to remove those ones, because you know what, and it's not that we're doing this tomorrow. The city manager is going to come back. And yes, it takes some few hours, or we've heard thousands of hours or whatever it is, to bring this back. This is the job of our staff to do. So I'm sorry, I'm passionate about this, and I'm passionate about first, when I heard about it, is reducing some taxation in the community. And so I'm sorry if I'm gone a little over the top here, but it's just a little frustrated on where this has gone. I know where it's going. But I do want to give my support to Councillor Wolf and thank him for bringing this forward. Councillor Dodick?
I have a bit of a point of order and an axe to grind with you. And that is, you mentioned the rest of council and suggested that somehow we were not acting as a team because we didn't approach Councillor Wolf to discuss this. There's nothing in our mandate that requires us to do that. We do that from time to time, but to suggest that somehow that was inappropriate, I take umbrage with that. The second thing I take umbrage with is that anecdotal evidence where you say 2 employees were lost to a corporation and they're getting $40,000 more than that corporation. Corporation is not named, the position that they had with that corporation is not named, and the position being filled at the city is not named. That is a soundbite that may be used. And the soundbite is that, there's information that if you leave your employment with a corporation, you're going to get $40,000 more at the city. And I think that in my view, that is absolutely inappropriate to bring that kind of anecdotal information because, unfortunately, it leaves the impression out there that that's the kind of extra money you might make working with the city. It's true that people may want to work for the city for other things, for benefits or whatever. But not all city employees are paid more than perhaps their counterparts in the corporate world. But that's the impression you left, and I just want to call attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and my apologies. And that should not have been brought up. I appreciate that. And to close, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for their passionate feedback about this. Again, I guess early in a 4-year term here, I appreciate the landscape. I will not, in 4 years, be deterred in my decisions by vocal minorities. So if 30 people flood the room because their lawn is too long, I will not take that as the opinion of the city versus every single person I spoke to on the campaign trail commenting about their tax burden and about how it was directly impacting their life. So I will never be one to lose it over a vocal minority of folks because I don't believe they necessarily represent everybody. And I think we know that with a 19% voter turnout. May I clarify something with the deputy mayor? Is that allowed? May I clarify something?
Well, it's your debate, so go ahead.
So, sorry, can you just re-itemize to me, please, Deputy Mayor, those 3 things that need to happen first in that order that you mentioned? You kind of went like this with your hand, and I was listening. Just give it to me again.
In my mind, the appropriate way is you do your strategic plan, you do your service levels, you do your budget, because the budget reflects the value of those other 2 documents.
Thank you. And did we do that in the last budget process that got us to 5.19 for this year?
Which is why I'm bringing forward a service level policy now and trying to improve the system.
Right, okay, so I think if the taxpayer is listening, just so we kind of identify what's really being said here, is, we're really great at politicians to identify processes and deliberations and timelines. We're still at 519%. We did this whole rigmarole last time, and either nobody sitting in this chamber really wanted to make a difference, or we settled at 519 somehow thinking that that was acceptable, given the predicament that our taxpayers are in. So I can appreciate that there's a process that needs to be gone through. I really hope that the listening audience and the taxpayers of Lethbridge will speak to this council and indicate that they want to see some action. It doesn't take years, where they see some action from this council on how money is spent.
Councillor Dodick, you have a point of order?
Again, I take umbrage. Nobody wants to make a difference. Okay, so I was going to say it before, and I chose not to. This is performative politics. This is meant to tell people, I am the one that cares about your taxes. Nobody else does. These people, nobody wanted to make a difference. So therefore, I think that's totally inappropriate for you to suggest that this council doesn't care about the taxpayer of Lethbridge. And I just also wanted to add, thanks to Councillor Parker, going on with respect to city employees and things like that. I can say anecdotally that the professionals in our corporations are made less than they would in the public sector. But going back, I think it was inappropriate, Councillor Wolf. I do appreciate what you're trying to do, but I don't think you can get there by suggesting that we don't care. or to use your words, nobody wanted to make a difference. It's not that easy in the budget process when you realize that most of the budget is made of employee wages, and employee wages are not tied to inflation rates. They're tied to collective agreements, and collective agreements are subject to arbitrations and comparators to the rest of the community. So the vast majority of this is tied, of the budget is tied to that. Furthermore, the 1.75% was an ongoing reduction, not just a one-time. So I wish you hadn't said that.
Noted, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, you've done post, okay. With that, we'll do a vote by roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Recorded vote. Councillor Bieber.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed?
Councillor Doria.
Oppose.
Councillor Parker. Councillor Wolf.
4 in favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
2 for, 7 against, that's lost.
All right, we will move on to 8.1, I believe. The one, oh, sorry, 14.1. So with that. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Doria. We now enter a closed session. Be it resolved that we enter a closed session at 2:50 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to 14.1 as per sections 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, and section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Councillor Doria? Yeah. Question been called. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Reiko, can you unbiasedly, so we're going to vote now on whether we want to approve the plan for the airport?
No, it's to, it's this resolution.
Continue to spend money on, in hopes to get.
We voted on this when we were economic. So economic says
Right, yes,
it
yeah.
said-
Set aside up to 2 million
Be
to lower
resolved.
this result, lower this.
Yeah, well, my position is, it has changed. We have WestJet gone. And my experience of travel Alberta is, if an airport wants passenger load guarantee, they'll come to us. I don't want to sterilize this market. If we need to, we can find money anywhere, as you'll find out. That's because our taxes are so high.
There's always money to be had.
I don't want to, I think because that resolution was passed when we still had WestJet.
Okay.
What we really need, it's, an east, the most important route is to Calgary. It's almost pointless.
Well, but see,
Thank you very much. We do need to clarify a few things around the motion that we were discussing. So I do need another motion to go back into closed session, please. At 2:50 p. At 4:11 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 14.1 as per sections 19, information harmful to the business interest of a third party, and section 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Thank you very much. All in favor? And opposed? One opposed. Thank you. Dodick, Councillor Dodick. And we'll go back into close.
28, 29, and
So they're just going to work out of the reserve as opposed to, yes.
and then have to come here after if you need it. If they find someone, they can come back to us for it, but then it doesn't allocate to us. Sorry, Kevin, you need to get your stuff and get out of your office by today at 4:30. He's such a nice guy. Yeah. Oh, you owe me a beer now. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Let me know when you're ready, Ryan. Can I read my own motion here? This thing's fine, eh?
Mayor's going to move it.
All right, to my colleagues here, we have an 8.1, and we also have 14.1. is it okay if we take 14.1 first? And I would be looking at, my colleagues, that's fine, to 14.1 and then move to 8.1. All right. So I have a closed motion. It's a recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Airport Development Updates. And be it resolved that City Council approve the utilization of the existing airport incentive framework for future air service development and increase the funding commitment for the airport incentive framework held within the MRSR by $1,105,917 to $2 million total, and direct administration negotiate with airlines for new or expanded routes, including items such as minimum revenue guarantee and other related costs up to the total $2 million on such terms and conditions as negotiated, and return to City Council for a decision upon final draft of negotiations. And further be resolved, the City Council direct that the closed meeting documents pertaining to the airport development updates remain confidential as per sections 19, information harmful to business interests of a third party, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. Part 2 of this, and I'm going to be asked to vote on these separately. Part 2 is be resolved that City Council authorizes the mayor to proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed session, and further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed session discussions pertaining to the airport development updates remain confidential as per section 19, information harmful to the business interests of a third party, 26, harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 29, advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. So we'll start with voting on number 1, or questions first, I'm sorry, on number 1. And yeah, so 1 and 2 to be split. So questions on the first half of the motion that is split. Number 1 is, go ahead. So Councillor Doherty here first. Did you have a question on the first one?
No, I was just, what got me a little bit confused was that the operative clause in both part 1 and part 2 were the same. I was just curious why. And then I realized why, and that's why I have no further question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell, question on this, on the first one?
Sure, just maybe to Mr. Matthews, just if this resolution, the first part is defeated, what is the impact that it will have on further on moving forward with the airport with the 1.105 to $2 million? How big of an impact is that?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, in regards to this. So this is some of the work on, set aside for incentive frameworks. Mr. Prince might be able to give a little bit more context around this as well. So really what it comes down to, I think the question that you're looking for is if council didn't increase the amount for the airport incentive framework from the current 1.1 million up, by an additional 1.1 million, I should say, up to $2 million on it, what would be the impact in that? So the reality is it's a commitment it shows council's commitment to any negotiations and so forth bringing forward. It doesn't mean that any dollars will be spent at this stage. Anything as in the resolution still has to come back to council for any decision, as it notes in the bottom part of that paragraph. And I don't know if Mr. Prince, if you want to add anything further into that as a bit of information.
Yes, thank you. I guess if that amount was not approved, ultimately what it does is it decreases our the tools that we have to go and negotiate with airlines. So ultimately that's the biggest detriment to not approving it.
And so the money that's already in the MRSR right now, correct? So that whether it's approved or not, I mean, it's still it'll be there if it's not approved. It stays. And where does that go?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Campbell. So you are correct that all this is doing is earmarking within the existing funds of the MRSR up to $2 million for working towards an airport incentive framework for any negotiations. It doesn't. That money's already there. If it doesn't get used, it just remains in the MRSR. And for example, if down the road, if the council then would, if that commitment came off. So,
okay, thank you. Thank you.
Just further on to that, so we'll have these reserves that need to be replenished, because if not, we'll lose them by 2028. or possibly later, obviously with the reduction of commercial traffic, could we not use the funds towards the end of this reserve without allocating from MRSR? And then later, if something comes forward, it's some time while we're negotiating with other carriers and move forward at that time?
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, in regards to that. So I think what you're referring to there is instead of using the MRSR, using the airport reserve as the place to commit against. Council could do that as well as another option. What it would do is that the only thing on that is from an operational standpoint right now, we're using it up to at least what council's approved to date is up to 2026 is the funding coming out to support operations. There is theoretically is sufficient funding to get you to 2025 if you did this, or 2027, I should say. What year am I in? To do this. However, then we would have to come back to council for that reserve versus the MRSR where it's already in.
Or could come in as a budget item that we
That's
could need more
correct.
than just a one-time funding too. Like, you never know. You could have more information by then, right?
That's a good point, Councillor Mayor Higgin.
It's okay.
In regards to that. So the other thing that, as council members would recall from the 2022 budget deliberations, at that point in time, what I had said then is that if this continued on as ongoing draws from a reserve as one-time money, we could bring it back in the next budget cycle as an ongoing tax component, or it could be another one-time component there as well too. So there's some things in budget deliberations that could be discussed as well.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. At this point, this is open-ended, no deadline, no time. Should we have a deadline in this motion that we will expect you back by a certain time? Would that be helpful to move things along? And then also the community would know a certain time period we're working towards.
So I get, helpful or not, I think that's a decision of council. Happy to report back at, there's some opportune times, be it, just before summer in June, because there's some things based on what we learned with WestJet, and then potentially in the early fall, if that's of interest to council, and we can provide updates if there are any at those points in time.
I would prefer a friendly amendment then, that we put in something here around updates end of June and in the fall, because this is a very changing thing right now. As Mr. Westerson is writing this out, I know we have this one and 8.1 at the same time. So I think I'll save my other question for under 8.1, more detailed information about the work plan there. So thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Councillor Bieber.
To the city treasurer or, excuse me, Mr. Briley, I just want to clarify something. Right now, there's not going to be any increased pressure on municipal taxpayers right now. This money's in the MRSR, so we're not going to come back right now to taxpayers and say, we need to get more money from you.
That is correct. Yeah, and when it comes to, Councillor Bieber, when it comes to these funding that we're talking about here, these are funds that we have existing in the MRSR reserve. That's, as I go through it with council, there's that money that is available for use by council. This would just be another commitment against that. So it's not increasing, it's not part of the pressures at this stage in time for the incentive framework.
But just to confirm as well, it's allocated to something. We couldn't use it for something else because we were actually putting it aside. So it's being held for this particular initiative, and it could not be used for anything else.
That is correct, Mayor Higgin. So council would have to change the resolution out. We would put a commitment on the reserve statements of increase it up to $2 million from where it is today for this purpose. And that would just mean that when you ask me about the available funds, it would be $2 million less in regards to that.
Thank you. I see no further questions. If you see what's on the change on the screen, further be resolved that council direct city manager provide updates to council on this matter by June 26th and again by the end of Q3 2026. And that's fine. I'll take that as a friendly and okay with that. So on the first, does anybody have any debate? I think we've pretty much went through. You're in for debate. So looking at this, it's in light of everything that has happened and all of the changes, it's I will not be supporting this. Section 1, as it's been split into 2, I won't be supporting this. I believe we could use what is currently in the reserves and keep the MRSR at the amount it currently is at and not have it allocated to this initiative. So I will not be supporting this and move to Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. Also, I will not be supporting this. This part was, part 1 was a recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee back on February 12th, all the way then, and I didn't support it then. Since then, there's been a significant change. The only passenger air travel service that we had, WestJet, has given us notice subsequent to that economic meeting that they will no longer provide such a service effective June 24 of 2026. So that's coming up fairly quickly. I am not a fan of minimum revenue guarantees for airlines. If an airline feels that Lethbridge is a place that they want to provide service to, they will come here, and they will come here to make money. By the same token, if an airline wants a passenger or a minimum revenue guarantee, I think it is bad policy for us to approve in advance the amount that we're prepared to pay for it. We have now told airlines how much we're prepared to pay. Use the analogy of negotiations with unions. Do we ever put on, after discussion confidentially, what we've discussed in terms of increase in pay, that this is how much we're prepared to pay? Of course not, because that would be absolutely asinine. Unfortunately, now airlines know that likely this is what the city is prepared to pay if we support it. We heard that, or there's some suggestion that we're decreasing tools in the toolbox if we don't have this, but it still doesn't stop airlines who want to make money to come to us and say, hey, look, we are prepared to do this if you give us up to 2 million passenger guarantee. I don't want to sterilize these funds. We always seem to manage to find funds if we need it. So if Emirates or Cathay Pacific or Lufthansa comes to us and says, hey, look, we're prepared to have air travel from points east, points west, points north, we can still do it. I would ask council not support the first part of this resolution because it's not necessary, and I don't want to sterilize those funds for that purpose. So the things have changed over the last 2 weeks, and WestJet leaving is a big thing. So please don't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Councillor Parker.
Dodick summed it up pretty much. I will not be supporting it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Grossen.
With the deadlines, I can support this because this is a short-term measure as we're waiting for a few more pieces of information to come in. And so in that time, while I'm getting that extra information, I am fine with allowing the city manager and designate to do some negotiation and to see what can be found. And so I will support this, knowing that it is money that may stay in the bank, or if it doesn't stay in the bank, gets us an airline in Lethbridge. So for me, it's win-win because we either get an airline or we keep the money.
Thank you, Councillor Bieber.
Thank you, Chair. You know, last week when we did the Economic Finance SPC, I was originally supportive of this, but I also was concerned, and the WestJet situation just changes this thing completely. And I really begin to wonder if commercial air traffic is even a viable situation here. So I can't support this part of the motion.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Initially, I supported this. However, given the recent change in passenger service, which translates into a change around how our airport reserve can and will be used or how it will be depleted, we have the funds there in that airport reserve that we can use and not tie up the MRSR funds, which we may need somewhere else. And there is always the opportunity for administration to come back with another ask or present another case. So for this reason, I will no longer be supporting this.
Anyone else for debate? I'll close with, yes, we will get an airline, but we'll get an airline by supplementing seats if for some reason these dollars are spent. And what was mentioned earlier, if an airline wants to come to Lethbridge, I think it's important that they want to come to service the area and hope that their passenger load would be sufficient to help them create the traffic and the dollars that they need to be sustainable. So again, we'll not be supporting, and we'll ask for a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
Councillor Doria.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Schmidt-Rempel.
Opposed.
Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Bieber. One in favor, 8 opposed. That is defeated.
All right, we'll move to the second part of the motion, and that is be it resolved that council authorize the mayor to proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed session, and further be resolved the city council direct the closed session discussions pertaining to the airport development updates remain confidential as per section 19, information harmful to the business interest of a third party, 26 harmful to intergovernmental relations, and 29 advice from officials of the Access to Information Act. And I think this is pretty self-explanatory. It's proceed with confidential information that was provided in closed session, and I think we all as council know what that is. And with that, Councillor Campbell? You weren't. Councillor Croson?
I will be voting against this because the previous decision makes this useless in my mind, so I will be voting against this.
All right, any further debate? If not, I'll go for the question. All in favor? And those opposed? Same, 8-1. Next, we'll move to 8.1. And it is a 2026 airport work plan, 8.1. It was formerly 4.3 from Councillor Dodick. Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, so Councillor Dodick, be it resolved that City Council receive the Lethbridge Airport 2026 work plan report as information, and open to questions, starting with Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. So this question to Mr. Brierley or designate. So this work plan looks at the airport, and even in here, we do note that there are 3 aspects to the airport. There is the land and land development, there are the non-commercial flights, and there are the commercial flights, and we know that WestJet is stopping commercial flights in a few months. But when we look to the public, when I was reading posts, et cetera, the public is very certain that with WestJet gone, the airport is done. So can you speak a little bit about how much of the activity at the airport there is under the non-commercial, how many private flights we see, and the land development, and sort of give me a percentage of how much of the activity of the airport is commercial and how much is the other aspects?
Yes, thank you for the question. So as I kind of talked about at the last economic SBC meeting, right now, the large portion of the airport activity is actually non-commercial. So as far as like airport movements go, we had over 33,000 movements last year. Of that, only just under 800 were actually the WestJet movements, the scheduled flight movements. So out of the almost 100 flights a day that are coming in and out, only obviously a small fraction of those are commercial. So again, the airport is very busy. These movements outside of the commercial stuff are lower revenue generating, but very much the airport has a lot going on.
So then that is the disconnect that I'm seeing. Yes, of course, you told us this at the last time, and I know 100,000 residents are watching this right now. I mean, I know that. We all know it. So, but it does fall on then, how are we going to communicate that? How do we, if at least some residents are concerned that the airport is done if commercial flight ends, and we know that the busier part is the non-commercial flight out there. What is our communication plan to let people know what is still happening at the airport, that the airport is still operating, flights are still coming in and out, even if WestJet is not flying in and out?
Yeah, I think initially that might be part of, maybe a communications plan to get that information out right away. But also, as we've been talking about building up a marketing strategy, that will be a part of that as well, to not only market ourselves to airlines and everyone else, but also show that the airport is a really strong driver for the region, and it's not just strictly commercial scheduled air travel.
Right. And are there airports that survive on having non-commercial flights only?
Yes, for sure. There are airports across the country and across North America, for that matter, that are strictly running on general aviation, that non-commercial side of things. So it's very common, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
I just have a question with respect to the operations of the airport in terms of what the financial cost is. So expenses minus revenues requires how much infusion into the airport on a yearly basis?
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. It's been a long day. So, in regards to the actual amount, within our budget right now, there's $863,000 of taxes, property taxes that go directly into there, and there's annually budgeted amount of $876,000 of funds coming from the reserve. What it looks like, as we go through over the next while, it'd be about 1.7 million ongoing inside of there.
So we always talk about if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it's a duck. So whether the money is coming from a reserve or actually dedicated tax money, it in fact, $1.7 million per year is taxpayer money that's funding the airport.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are just the questions.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, can you help me out with a process on this? As I'm going through this, and in light of what we just heard from WestJet, and I'm taking a look at the presentation that we received on February 12th from this, there are some things in this work plan that I think need to be updated, and I think, for me, I need more information. I know this is just a receive and file, but I think I still need more information moving forward as to what the work plan will now look like, in light of we need to do some marketing around the airport and what it has. There's a comment in here that we're seeing passenger traffic remains steady, but we know now that passenger traffic will not be steady. How can we, is there a way that we can postpone this to get a more robust presentation as to what the work plan will look like moving forward?
Question for Mr. City Manager designate.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling with what that work plan would be. There's a bunch of answers that we don't have at this point. We would continue to execute on the fronts as we presented at CIC, and as we've heard today, I will be very clear in saying that while I understand we can draw the money from the airport reserve versus incentive, there is often a perceived difference for the airlines. There could be impacts for that. We'll continue to negotiate and talk to airlines. That's already in the existing work plan, and the rest of the work with respect to the land and so forth is already there. So I'm not sure what would change in the work plan beyond the fact that WestJet is no longer going to be offering service as of July.
I guess I just don't feel like I have enough details on what that work looks like. When I look at the work plan, I just don't feel it gives me enough direction. That could just be me. we have now in here a semi-annual check-in with council. I think given what we've just heard, we maybe need more of a check-in. And I guess I just don't feel like I have enough, I can receive this for information certainly. I still don't feel like I have enough information on what the moving forward actually looks like and what some of those details might include. Again, that could just be me, but I feel like there needs to be more information and this needs to be built out a little bit more for council.
As debate, don't you agree? Moving on to debate. You ready to start debate, Councillor Dodick, or a question? Okay, to open debate, Councillor Dodick.
Okay, as noted, this is just accepting that particular work plan as information. I think everyone should be aware that it's not set in stone, in that those are not the only things that might come out of, or that's the only plan that might be in effect. For example, and I'm not saying this will happen, is that there's nowhere that it says that the work plan can't be changed at some point in time, depending on what happens with respect to seeing if you can get further passenger traffic, of actually potentially, for example, selling the airport. So that doesn't preclude that. This only simply is information, but there may be other options that will have to come up in the future. I would like this accepted as information, please.
No further debate. Take that as your opening and closing, Councillor Dodick.
Oh, no, I have a much longer one in closing.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
Pretty please.
All right, with that, question has been called. All in favor? And those opposed? So that is unanimous. Thank you. Moving on, there's a submission, encampment response clean sweep program request for additional vehicle funding. Be it resolved, the City Council amend the existing approval for one-time encampment response funding to reallocate up to $125,000 to facilitate the purchase of 2 vehicles required to operate the clean sweep program with conditions as outlined in the report. Now, this is a submission, and I do have a question, and I've got it. I have the answer, but I think it's important that the community has the answer as well. This funding is already part of their budget. It's just being reallocated. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager, or as designate?
That is correct. When we initially came to council for that funding, it wasn't meant to be used for these vehicles. We're just asking for permission to use it in this way, but it's no extra money.
So second part of the question is, we're not using it for what in order to buy vehicles? What are we going to miss out on?
It's the general encampment funding that council approved.
But when you come in to do the encampment, like what, we had dollars to do X, now we're using part of it. What are we going to miss, or is that anything that you...
Oh, I see. Just due to the hiring and the time that it took for the encampment to be fully operational, there was some excess funding that we're able to utilize.
Okay, so use it within that funding. So there's no additional funding, it's just reallocating. Okay.
And no change in service level.
Great, thank you. Councillor Croson.
My question was going to follow up on that. I think it's clear in the motion, but the title of this motion is not clear, right? When it's for additional vehicle funding, it does sound like it's additional funding. So can we somehow put in there clean sweep program request for reallocation of funding to purchase vehicles? Just somehow change that so that somebody looking back at this will not read it the same way I am right now, because the motion and the title are not reading the same way. Is that
Councillor Bieber, you take it as a friendly?
Definitely, that makes it way more clear.
All right. So as you see here, reallocation of...
funding for additional vehicles, like, yeah.
Does that work, Councillor Bieber?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Councillor Croson and Councillor Bieber. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, when we see end-of-life vehicle requiring urgent replacement, do we have any details as to that vehicle? Like, is this just an asset management software saying, oh, this car's done, we got to go? Is there some, like, how many kilometers? How old is it? I'm just curious.
These vehicles were city surplus vehicles from a number of years ago, so they weren't in good condition when they were given to the Clean Sweep program in the first place. So they're now at a spot why we're here a little earlier than we would have come is because when they're now going to fail, it means that we will have to change our encampment response and we can't do coordinated cleanup. So I don't know the exact year and time, but they are actually breaking down and failing currently. So we're kind of at the last couple of weeks where we're not sure how much longer they're going to make it.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. And so I'll turn it over to Councillor Bieber to open debate.
I think the motion speaks pretty clearly. This has no impact on taxation. So I definitely see there is a need for this. So I personally will support it. So
Right. Question's been called.
there we go.
All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have administrative inquiries, and it's compliance with Access to Information Act, ATIA, and Protection Privacy Act, POPA. I just love that acronym. Councillor Crowson put that in. Is there anything you want to speak to on that, Councillor Crowson? Go ahead.
My hope for this one is that the response will be yes, that we will be ready on time. So, but it has to be asked because we have till June to be compliant. And if we're not going to be compliant, what are the, like, what could happen if we're not compliant, et cetera, would be the other answer. So hopefully the answer will simply be a yes.
All right, thank you. And for council updates, Councillor Crowson for an update from February 24th.
Yes, so my full update is there, just things the meetings I attended on behalf of the residents, et cetera. The one thing that's not there, and I was at the EDL meeting last week, and it was publicly mentioned there, so I don't feel bad publicly mentioning it here, is that RINSA, the Rural Innovation Network of Southern Alberta, is moving from EDL to Community Futures. So Community Futures will have the staffing there, the budget there, et cetera. It ties in beautifully. Of course, Community Futures has a regional approach. They do work with entrepreneurs. And so that support that RINSA has been providing, if people are looking for it, it will no longer be at EDL and it will be at Community Futures. Something for the public to be aware and for my colleagues to be aware as well. Other than that, yeah. If you have any questions from some of the meetings I've been at, if you want to know what was discussed or anything, just ask me offline, colleagues, and I can update you on anything going forward there. The Intercity Forum, largest discussion was actually the conversation we had earlier today on the advocacy for ADAP, and there will be colleague communities, I think, across the province working ahead on that, and everything else should be pretty clearly stated there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. So on February 12th, I was able to also attend the Intercity Forum on Social Policy. Well, I did that on behalf of Alberta municipalities. It does inform my work on council. And the roundtable theme for the meeting was on social well-being and mental health. And Councillor Crowson already covered the discussion around AISH and ADAP on that. I also attended the EDL meeting on February 18th. Further to what Councillor Crowson said, the annual budget was approved and new members of Economic Development Lethbridge were appointed. Councillor Wolf and I attended the Chamber Fireside Chat with Minister Neudorf on February 18th. That fireside chat had a focus on utilities, affordability, and long-term system planning. I'm also participating in the Elected Officials Education Program course on Council's role in budgeting and financing. The first session was last Wednesday. There's another tomorrow and then another next Wednesday. And Councillor Crowson and I met with representatives of Build last week to learn more about the state of the industry in Lethbridge, as well as more on the Unlock Housing campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further council updates? Seeing none, we are done. Adjourned. Thank you.